Test. Oh, yes, it's working now. Ready? Okay, it's time to start. It's time to start. Good afternoon, everyone. Can I lower the volume here? Test. Test.
today's uh, can lead to the risk of the adoption of cannabis psychosis as discovered by Lipo and others.
Share back.
Oh, you want to share it after you start the slide share? The slideshow?
No.
Okay, it's screen 2 usually, right?
Yeah, this is just asking me the application window now.
Okay, start the slideshow and see if it's
Right,
correct.
yeah, and then we have, then after we do that, then we check the screen,
Okay,
right? So we do slideshow. Just make sure we're sharing the right one. Right, so it should be screen 2,
mhm.
right? Share.
And you want slide here.
This is, we're back on 8. Right?
Oh, you hear an echo
I'm getting a small echo.
on this laptop.
The laptop's on mute. Look. See?
Yeah,
It's mute.
it is. Right. This laptop is audio is on. Right? No, it's still hearing because this is playing. This the speaker's playing. That's why it gets echo. I have to mute this speaker, laptop speaker, because this laptop speaker going to
Going
this
to
one,
there.
right?
Yeah,
So maybe
we need to go.
uh,
But
you need to minimize. That's okay. You can minimize this. Minimize this and go to the sound card to this right here. Yeah.
right.
Or HDMI.
No. Hold on.
How about this microphone thing? How about this is off? Check.
What about now? First,
Check on.
check my audio devices.
Okay. Now, speaker, you should turn off everything.
It should be off.
Right.
There we go. Testing,
Supposed to be
testing, testing. There we go.
This,
Yeah.
This microphone.
Yeah, it just wasn't. So even if we put it on mute, we have to override it again. I know. So you are here, right?
Yes. Trinidad too. I'm back. They tried to sabotage me, but well, that's all right. That was your cannabis break. If you didn't take it, tough luck. Tough luck. So we were talking about THC and CBD and how they have the great importance in this plant, in this herb, in this drug. THC is responsible for the buzz. For some people, it's responsible for what makes them nervous, right? The CBD side has been hailed by medicine as a wonder drug. And these discoveries by modern day science have been responsible, perhaps, for changes in the attitudes towards cannabis. And ultimately, we are now seeing, after years and years of lobbying, we are seeing changes in cannabis policy all around the world. There's a saying that medicine has status because of what it can do. Not just what it can do, but it is restricted for that very same reason. And it's very interesting in our local environment that Trinidad and Tobago chose to grant access to recreational use before our regime for medicinal cannabis was fully in place. And perhaps that might play a role in further studies. Just giving you a little teaser there. So I continue. I'm moving out to policy interpretation. It plays a fundamental role in the current study. You see, on the heels of what I just spoke about with changes in attitude comes things like the sustainable development. And United Nations, again, has a very important role here. UN Sustainable Development Goals, there are 17 of them, SDG 17s. And they are towards a 2030 agenda for the abolition of, or the reduction of poverty and for wellness. And of course, as the name suggests, for sustainable development world over. And in 2015, the UN Sustainable Development Goals were arrived at. And today I can say of those 17 goals, cannabis and cannabis as a positive has been paired to 14 of those 17 goals. That is significant in itself. CARICOM Regional Commission on Marijuana began its work around the same time as the UN Sustainable Development Project. They started in 2015. And by 2018, the CARICOM Regional Commission, headed by Dr. Bell, Dr. Rosemary Bell Antoine, actually, also produced a report in 2018, which suggested that there were a number of social and economic reasons why cannabis needed to be eased up. You know, you needed to relax our legislation. And right here in Trinidad and Tobago in 2019 came our amendment to the Dangerous Drugs Act, which legalized, as we know, small amounts of cannabis for personal use in private quarters. And this is where we have the problem, because your private use on a Sunday night may very well affect your behavior on Monday morning, which may cause intervention by human resources. I don't think I could put that any better. You see the connection, right? So now I'd like to move into a little bit about what judiciary had to say about these concepts and how other jurisdictions may have dealt with the same things or related matters. First of all, the industrial court in the matter of National Workers Union and Lifestyle Motors, I call it the Lifestyle Motors case, had an interesting scenario where a driver tested positive for cannabis use in 2018. They tested his bloodstream and they saw more than 150 nanograms permissible. And they said, you see, you need to do another test. And 2 days later, he did the same test and came back with the same reading. And on that basis, the gentleman was dismissed and the matter went to court. Remember, this is 2018, and it takes some time for matters to make their way through the legal system. And by the time the matter came to court in 2019, hence the title TD 61 of 2019, one of the arguments of his counsel, be it the trade union, they said, well, you know, Your Honors, this matter started a little while ago, but now the law has changed. So it ought to be treated under the provisions of the new law. And besides that, our clients' use of cannabis is a private matter. And the good court looked at the matter, and they looked at the circumstances, they looked at provisions, yes, for persons to have access to cannabis, but that they ought to do so in a responsible manner, and they ought not to be utilizing heavy machinery and so forth and so forth. And they arrived at the conclusion, or they determined, that the legislative changes do not affect the employer's right to require a drug-free workplace. What this means for me and you is that in spite of the changes in the law, your employer can still demand that you remain drug-free even during your personal time. And I don't think that point is made enough or is captured enough by news articles, by legislators and so forth. But it is slowly coming about in court matters similar to the Lifestyle Motors case. I thought that it would be a good idea to examine the US system. The US system has had both medicinal and recreational cannabis use available to persons for much longer than Trinidad and Tobago. And in this particular case, Babutu versus Advantage Sales and Marketing, it is interesting to note that a medical marijuana user told the employer, listen, I have a medical marijuana card. Yet the employer still subjected her to what they call mandatory drug testing. It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense to her, at least. And after that test came back saying, of course, you have THC in your system, she was dismissed. And the entire scenario really is a play on how we treat, how we in Trinidad and Tobago will treat with the eventuality when medicinal marijuana access comes on board. In any event, the US Supreme Court ruled that even after informing her employer that she had this medical marijuana card and being terminated, they gave her leave to sue the employer for discrimination. And I want you to consider discrimination in the context of Trinidad and Tobago. You know, we have a way of considering things according to our own personal needs. What is the catchphrase they use? Or you're too wicked, you know? There are various methods in which one can consider it, be it Rastafari, be it people seeking alternative treatments for various ailments and so forth, eating disorders, persons who want to try to get a better night's sleep and so forth. Throughout our history, and it comes back now to the involvement of our ancestors, throughout history, we have learned, be it through Indian culture or otherwise, we've learned that cannabis use can be ascribed for tea, as a tea, for a number of reasons and for a number of ailments. So let's go over quickly to Canada. And the Canadian Supreme Court looked at a matter where the employer, once again, knew that they had people using cannabis for various reasons. And their ruling was interesting for the sake of persons who are in safety-sensitive positions, because it's now saying that the employer can, in fact, ask you to self-disclose. I don't think Trinidad and Tobago has a culture as yet of encouraging persons to self-disclose. Worse yet, a drug like cannabis and other recreational drugs, mind you. Right? So the Stewart and the Elk Valley Coal Corporation case is another significant one that has implications for Trinidad and Tobago, or would in fact, or ought to in fact influence the way we treat with cannabis use by full-time workers. So all that I have presented so far really leads to a number of research questions. I'll give you, I've put up just a couple of teasers here. What is the prevalence of cannabis use and the influence of legislation on cannabis consumption habits? I think that is one of the most obvious questions. How many persons in this room may have tried cannabis or are actively using cannabis for one reason or the other will be a determining factor in the way we go ahead in addressing things like legislation, or for that matter, the second point that I have up there, HR's response to the scenario. And last, what HRM policies can be recommended. I think it's only fair that in a progressive society, we look at our history, we look at our neighbors, we look at those who may have treated with the issue previously and see how they've dealt with it and how we can adapt our own HR policies to assist with employee wellness and to move forward on the issue. My methodology is somewhat straightforward. It is a mixed methods approach. In the main, I am using a quantitative analysis to, of course, determine the number of persons who may be using and their frequency of use and so forth. And at the qualitative end of that will take me forward into structured interviews with industry professionals to find out from them what they have to say about the issue and how they see us moving forward as a society to correct some of the issues related to cannabis use, harm reduction, and so forth. Preliminary findings. This is something that I'm awfully proud of because the research is continuing. Of the first 250 respondents, and mind you, these 250 respondents are from at least 5 different organizations. So it's not any one particular organization. Let me give you that disclaimer up front. The findings are so forth. Some 62, almost 63% of persons surveyed say, you know, I've never touched this stuff, and that's fine. But it's interesting to note that 24%, almost 25% of those of persons surveyed said, yes, I've used cannabis recreationally. Think about it in terms of the number of persons gathered in this room today. A number of persons have said, just about 11%, that yes, I've used it as a supplement or medication. And then there's a small, very small percentage who use it for religious purposes. And even smaller group who say that they've used it in other circumstances, be it that they had it and they didn't know that that is what they were taking, or a number of other of possibilities where that is concerned. Another short-term return on my study is consumption method. What's interesting here is that edibles, consumption by way of edibles, you know, your jub, your brownies, your lollies and so forth, is the frequency of use is actually higher than smoking. So that tells us something there. What about when we get to the level when people start to use alcohol that is infused with cannabis? Then we may really have a bigger issue here. But for the time being, these, like I said, are the preliminary findings. And then frequency of consumption. And I'll use the very last one there. My cannabis use is less frequent than monthly, 24%. But daily use, some 2.4% of persons surveyed thus far say they use cannabis daily. And these, mind you, are white-collar workers, persons who many of us can identify with. Many of us in the room here can identify with them. We may know somebody who is using cannabis. We may think that they're using cannabis and so forth. So as I come to the close of my presentation here, I just want to touch on a couple of notable recommendations. According to the Society for Human Resource Management, they say that testing is not an accurate indicator, and it makes sense because having cannabis in your system does not necessarily mean that you're inebriated. I hope you understand that point. As a matter of fact, cannabis use can stay, THC can stay in your system, in your fatty tissue for up to 6 months. That's worth noting, particularly if you use on Saturday and you expect to do an interview on Monday, and then they spring you with a drug test on Tuesday or Wednesday. You know, you need to look out for these things. Workplace drug testing is considered discriminatory, it's considered discriminatory, so says the Canadian Centre for Occupational Health. Because how are you identifying somebody as being a candidate for testing? You're doing it on the basis of some preconceived notion, some stereotype, or somebody whispered something. You may not necessarily smell it, but you may see them acting. You know, it's rather subjective. And then one of the last points there is, according to Chauveau and Humphreys, and they are from Stanford University, if I'm correct, they are suggesting that we include limits on the potency of cannabis products. Because believe it or not, under the current system, my 4 trees and your 4 trees in your backyard, your domestic, you just enter growing plants, may contain different THC strains, and we have no level of measuring that right now. In the same way, you would not take that beer that is more than 5.5% alcohol content. You may not take that beer that is higher than that, or alcohol that is higher than that in alcohol per volume. In the same way, we cannot measure or limit our use of cannabis, and that needs to be an important part of going forward, particularly in a medicinal cannabis regime. In summary, I want to remind persons that this study is really about white-collar job holders in those jobs that we are familiar with, and it's about off-duty use. It's not about taking cannabis to the workplace. That's illegal, that's wrong, right? That's covered by law. The research suggests that there's a big area of our society that is unaware of what the parameters for drug use is concerned, unaware of what the parameters for cannabis use is concerned, and this opens up a whole Pandora's box of ethical ambiguities. All of this is towards improving employee wellness through drug education and policy development. I thank you for your attention, and I hand back over to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salandi. I would now like to open the floor for any questions. We have a question there? Oh. No. Yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question. Did I compare? Yes, thank you for that question. Actually, it's the very last question in my survey, asking persons their views on whether cannabis or alcohol, which of the two poses a greater threat, or if they see them as being the same. So it is in fact being considered. Thank you for that. Yes.
So I guess my question is, with cannabis testing, are there any alternatives that somebody is currently under the influence and has not been canned, or has been canned within a more limited time frame that involves without drugs outside the house?
Yes. Thank you for your questions. The survey is being conducted amongst persons who are employed. So one would imagine that they're of the age of consent, they're adults, and it covers from persons who are OJTs all the way to those on post-retirement contracts. That's how the survey has been designed. So it will capture everybody within that range, basically from the age of employment to retirement. To answer the second part of your question, which was concerning, just remind me the keyword there. The testing, right. So as far as I'm aware, there's no real way of testing to whether a person is in fact inebriated at this time in the workplace. There's no real way of testing. It is either you are being tested for the presence of THC in your blood or urine, and then there are permissible limits. So anything above 150 nanograms per milliliter per microliter is considered positive. Anything below that, you would be cautioned accordingly. I recognize Dr. Okay, Professor, you want to go first? Yes. Interesting question. Well, ethical in the sense of how I believe or how whether I perceive something to be wrong or right is one thing. In the survey, it comes across as a question as to whether you believe that you are aware of your cannabis policies. And that's how I explore it, that you're aware of the cannabis policies in your workplace. You believe that this is a fair way of assessing whether somebody is in breach, whether those policies are applied. There's really no, in my mind, no conclusive test that would allow us to say this is the ethical divide, right? How I hope that we can address it is by education, right? The more people know before they explore cannabis use, the better armed they may be to decide, hey, this is not for me, or my employer wouldn't go for this. And that's why I come back to the questions. Do you know your workplace policies? Does your workplace have a policy? Does your workplace have a system to allow you to get help if you can, in fact, say, I need help? I hope I answered your question there.
I think the last one.
Dr. Phillips? In Mhm. So I'm gonna put on an HR hat there, and well, actually, it's not really a HR question. It's more for student administration and academic policy. But I can say even in trying to figure out what's wrong with the student, you're making an assumption. You believe it's cannabis, right? Even then, so that we have to be careful in labeling persons. We have to be careful in giving them the opportunity to come out with that information to say, well, to be honest, I use cannabis, I have a problem, and so forth. But that's the first thing for me. I cannot make the assumption that this is in fact a cannabis related type of behavior that we're treating with. And going forward, we can only offer them counseling and opportunities to come to us and say, listen, I need help. Thank you.
Let's join in thanking Mr. Salandi for that enlightening presentation. Your work highlights the critical need for workplaces to adapt policies in light of changing legal frameworks, ensuring a balance between employee rights and workplace safety. As cannabis decriminalization continues to unfold, frameworks like yours will be essential in guiding HR professionals and organizations through these transitions. Now, shifting from the legal complexities of workplace policies, we turn our attention to another area where law intersects with innovation, predicting legal case outcomes using machine learning and artificial intelligence. Our next speaker, Mr. Glenn Deusaran, will present cutting-edge research on how AI is being used to enhance the efficiency and fairness of judicial systems. Let's welcome Mr. Deusaran. Come and open it. This one. Okay, slideshow. Supposed to be correct. This controls that. We got sound out. So we were disconnected all the time. All right. I don't think we have a choice but to continue. Go ahead. Speak. Go ahead.
Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. All protocols observed. My name is Glenn Dershran, a student of the Information Communication Technology Department of UTT. This afternoon, my presentation is based on a research entitled Predicting Legal Case Outcomes Using Machine Learning. To give you a, let's paint a picture before we delve into the project research so we'll better understand what we are discussing this afternoon. So I would believe at some point in time, let's see, anybody ever was ticketed in the country before, for speeding or defective headlights or some form of traffic offense? So at some point in time, all of us would have been granted or was issued a ticket. Wouldn't you like to have, say, for example, you contested that ticket and you would want to have that ticket, that contest, instead of going to court every 3 months or keep getting adjournments, you would want a system where this can be adjudicated at the fastest. This will be back to the back of your head and you move on with your life. So this research is something similar. So I want you all to keep thinking of this scenario and application of the research that is going to be discussed further. This research has stemmed because there are many problems identified in society, more so within the court systems, relative to the backlog of court cases, the high volume of cases, the limited resources available, the socioeconomic factors, the technological challenges that are faced, definitely a budgetary issue, the judicial vacancies, and the bureaucratic delays. These issues mentioned tend to strain our justice system, causing administrative challenges in access to information. Ultimately, the delays in the court proceedings impacting the administration and the execution of justice and the cost associated with the administration of justice. Let's say, for example, several persons are affected, especially the persons who are incarcerated and who already served their term of sentence and they're sitting waiting their day in court. How would you feel if you were in that position and not being heard and wanting your matter to be heard at the fastest possible time? Let's fast forward to 2019, where COVID impacted the judicial systems, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but globally. Pre-COVID, our local systems in Trinidad and Tobago were basically manual systems where everything was handwritten and there were one recording device known as the FTR, if you're familiar with the court systems, or the audio digital recording. Peri-COVID brought about a lot of advent into technology within the systems. The judiciary introduced the Trinidad and Tobago Judicial Information Management System, Microsoft Teams, which many of us are familiar with, where virtual hearings, video conferencing, teleconferencing, e-filing, online portals, electronic video presentations, and most importantly, remote working for staff. With the advent of COVID, the UNDP, in their 2020 report, stated,
Apologies. Yeah. The streaming's not working again. Just trying to help the people online. So let's start it back. Look, it's here. It's right there. Yeah. Share your screen. Yeah. Let's just check it online. Let me just check it real quick. And we can stop. You know what I mean? Start from where you stop. Yeah, we're good. Thank you. But don't worry, it looks like that there. Yeah, good. Yeah. Oh, we are the wrong screen. That's enough on the right one. Now Don't be in shape.
Great.
No, no. Yeah, that.
Yeah.
Where we? No, it's not. What do you want?
Yes, it seems like. Let's just see if it comes.
Yeah, but you're not seeing the menu. Well, we
Yes.
good, right? Yeah, we good.
So,
Good.
to continue, as I was saying, according to the UNDP in their report in Access to Justice, and I quote, as states around the world adopt emergency measures to address the crisis, they must continue to uphold the rule of law, protect and respect international human rights standards and basic principles of legality, and their rights to access justice and due process. Looking closer at home, our Chief Justice of Trinidad and Tobago, in his annual report in 2020-21, he also endorsed the UNDP's report, which I quote, and he states, "It will not be business as usual in the future as the justice system in the post-pandemic era, not only at home, but in other jurisdictions, will incorporate many of the initiatives developed for operational effectiveness during the period of the pandemic. The court of tomorrow is here today." And this line really struck out to me because peri-COVID, this is what we've been seeing, or that this is what the Judiciary of Trinidad and Tobago has been pushing for, a court of tomorrow, which is here today, via the style and adoption of technology that they have been doing through the hybrid court proceedings, enhanced electronic filings, advanced case management systems, the digital evidence management, and cybersecurity measures. So if you were to sit in a court case matter daily, this is the process, this is the ideal process, how a matter is being heard or dispatched with. Let's say, for example, the base software that I use is Microsoft Teams, which a link is generated daily that is dispatched to each party involved in a court hearing. It could be either the defendant, the complainant, the judicial officer, the prosecution, or anybody who has an interest within that specific matter. They're issued that link, they're giving a specific time frame to attend court virtually, which that matter is being heard and dispensed with or even case managed further. Overall, the COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the adoption of technology in the legal sector, as we had seen previously, and prompted significant changes in the legal services which are delivered and justice is administered. While virtual hearings offer opportunities for increased efficiency and flexibility, they also raise important considerations around accessing to justice, procedural fairness, and the protection of fundamental rights. Which brings me to the aim, the objectives, and the hypothesis of this research that is intended to do, which is still in its infancy stages. The main research aim of my research this afternoon, well, going forward, is predicting legal case outcomes using artificial intelligence and machine learning techniques. The objectives that should be obtained are to improve judicial efficiency, to enhance decision making, to support legal professionals, enhance access to justice. The main research hypothesis statement is machine learning techniques can improve the prediction of legal case outcomes. As we will see going further now, how this hypothesis, if it will be a success or not. To note, this research thus far is pretty novel. It's the first of its kind, not only locally, but globally. The scope and literature is still pretty new. As we can see, there are many research gaps to be fulfilled within this research project. The methodology that will be used to approach this research is one of a SVM model. So the methodology is outlined here step by step, but I'm going to just go to the actual diagram where the actual process will take place. So if we look at the diagram, there is a data set that is where we obtain the actual raw data. We pre-process these data sets, extracting features. And these key features are used to be inputted into the SVM model, which we tend to, which is then used with a parameter tuning to give a case prediction for each case matter before the court. Going forward, we need to understand the data collection strategy used with this experiment. So our data was collected from a Supreme Court, a US District Court, sorry, amounting to 3,155 samples. This data set was sourced from a range of matters, different types, criminal procedures, civil matters, family matters, traffic matters for a period of from 1956 to 2019. The reason why data was sourced from the United States and not from Trinidad and Tobago, as we can see, there were challenges between the two. To just outline a couple, there's the availability and the accessibility of the data that was easily accessible in the United States than Trinidad and Tobago. The privacy and the legal considerations relative to the data set, the quality and the standardization, the infrastructure and the technology, and the cultural and institutional factors relative to the data sets gathered. If you want a more in-depth look, you can take a look at the slide, which explains thoroughly what the challenges were with both countries, sorry. Moving forward, just to inform, there are two types of data sets, primary and secondary data. The table to the left shows secondary data and the primary data where data can be obtained from to use within any experiment. Moving forward to the next stage of the methodology, which is the data pre-processing method. From the 3,155 samples that were gathered, a filtration process was done whereby we only selected the criminal style of matters, which totaled 859 samples for that said period 1956 to 2019. A further filtration was done for only the murder-related proceedings, which further broke down the samples from 859 to 250 samples, sorry. These records were pruned from the data set as there were ambiguities in the ruling or the lack thereof, which could introduce biases in the proposed prediction model. These were identified as vacated, joined, or appealed. So you don't want to have a model that will give you biased results. So that's why there were data cleaning to ensure that there is a fair judgment is being predicted with the with the SVM model. This is just a snippet of the unprocessed data that we gathered from the US District Court. It was 3,155, so I just took a snippet so you can see how the data set was in its original form before it was pre-processed. This is exactly, this is a snippet of also one sample of the table before. So this is how the table looked. I just exert one of the case matters so you'll see how one looks. If we are familiar with the court system, there's always a summary of evidence or case facts with a judgment. So this is what was used in pre-processing and cleaning of the data for us to get this table of results, which was used to input into the actual model to give an experimental result. These are the key features that were used into the model also, which were gathered from each one of the data set cleaned. The experimental conditions used within the model, from the total of 250 samples, there were 173 samples were used as training, which the total amounted to 70%. 74 test samples were used, which amounted to 30%. And this was inputted within our software, using the SVM algorithm with cross validation techniques being used to give a prediction of the case outcomes, right? So when all that information was plugged into the model that was designed, this is the results that came out of that model. The graph, this is an actual graph from that predictive model, and this graph simply shows that there's a repeat of the experimentation using the cross-validation technique that was mentioned before, the keyfold, and this data set was randomly shuffled, meaning that, well, when it's randomly shuffled, it does not mean that it will just only use one type or one way. It utilizes all different methods to give a result using the keyfold or the cross-validation method. The reason for the continuous random shuffles, well, is to mitigate against any overfitting or underfitting of the experimental results. So it can be like, so the results will be not biased and will give an accurate assessment of the samples that were given, well, that were used for the test. And this model can be used with any data set or a different data set to see if it works further. There were a 95% accuracy resulted from this experiment, which shows that it was successful in its in meeting its target. And well, the further analysis, the 74% test samples, the training set was used to train the model, while the test set evaluates its performance using the cross-validation technique. And this brings me to the end of this research thus far. In summary, our research resulted in a 95% accuracy with the data set obtained. The pre-processing steps were important for improving the quality of the data and the model features. The small data set size and relatively high number may make the model vulnerable to overfitting, and using cross-validation techniques improve the accuracy of the model, and the SVMs were able to handle the high dimensional data in the experiment. This slide just gives us a brief overview of the literature review from 1960 to 2023 thus far relative to machine learning. Some of the challenges that were faced with machine learning and predicting these outcomes. There are some scholars or theorists who identified certain issues. The references. And this brings me to the end of my presentation this afternoon. I say thank you very much. Thank you to my supervisor, Dr. Loris Phillip, who has been guiding me throughout since inception of this project. And you would probably want to know what's the next step with our project, seeing that this data set from the US District Court proved to be fruitful and shows proof of concept. Our next target now is to utilize local data set from Trinidad and Tobago to see if this model is applicable and give an accuracy of what we have obtained with the US district data set, which brings back to the hypothesis which was shown earlier in the slide, predicting legal case outcomes using machine learning techniques and algorithms. I'd say thank you once more. Any questions at this point in time?
Thank you, Mr. Diosaran. I'd like to invite questions now from everybody. Right, any questions? Yes, on over there, go ahead.
What are we going to do with that prediction?
Right, so after the prediction is made, right, so this model is similar to a court setting. So remember when you go to court, you have a judicial officer, a judge or a magistrate sitting before you, and you go and you hear the whole case matter, right? So this model assists you not going before a judicial officer, a human being that is, and you get a prediction with the model that you inputted your values in to the system. So the prediction now will give you an idea of if you will be acquitted or not. I hope that answers the question. As mentioned previously, legal professionals, persons who are involved within the judiciary, even persons who are out of the legal profession, like myself and yourself, citizens who want, who do not want to, let's see, who want to challenge the matter for themselves. I think I answered that.
Any other question?
No.
If I may ask one,
Sure.
this is very close to my own PhD research, albeit in construction context. When you've created this predictive model, the previous question was, how are you supposed to be able to use it?
Mhm.
How many or what is the utility locally for it, given the type of cases that you're going to be targeting? Like, are you
Mhm.
targeting a specific type of case?
At this point in time, local data hasn't been granted to us just yet.
Okay.
It's at
But
its
the intention-
infancy. The intention is to get permission to use local data, and whatever sources of data we receive,
Okay,
we will try to use it in the model that we are
Okay.
building.
There's another question, go ahead.
Correct. Mhm. Okay, so it was the training data. All right. So as I mentioned before, they were pre-processed. We had to pre-process or precondition each one of the data set from the sample, which was the 250 samples that were used for the model. Each one was pre-processed and cleaned using key features. Like, as you can see, there were like, let me just show you just. Right, so when we pre-process each one of the data sample, these were the key features were identified in each one of the sample, and this were used as a test and a training data set. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
So let's join together in thanking Mr. Deusuran for his insightful presentation. The potential for machine learning and AI to streamline legal processes while maintaining fairness is indeed a promising development. As we continue to explore the intersection of technology and law, this research opens up new doors for improving legal systems worldwide. Next, we move from the legal realm to the impacts of technology on occupational health. Our final presenter, Ms. Amna Imamshah, will explore the well-being and health challenges presented by Industry 4.0, examining how workplaces can proactively address the emerging risks associated with new technologies. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Imamshah.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, no, this one's gonna remove the I guess not already.
Yes, it's on the desktop. There, that's all.
Right?
This one.
After the slideshow, you might need to switch them around. Let the slideshow start first.
It's on this one. So the interface.
Okay, this is the correct one. Perfect.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Okay. Right, so good afternoon. I've timed this down to 20 minutes, so I know we have snacks after. So, so all protocols observed. Good afternoon. My name is Amni Mamsha, and I'm with the University of Trinidad and Tobago. And today I'm giving a short presentation on my research paper, The Well-Being and Occupational Health Dimension of Industry 4.0. We're a few seconds off. I think. Sure. So let's start with what is Industry 4.0. Industry 4.0 means the fourth industrial revolution. And just to give a bit of background, from the research literature, the first industrial revolution was the introduction of mechanization. The steam engine was invented. The second industrial revolution was the introduction of electricity into industrial processes. The third industrial revolution was marked by the advent of digital technology such as computers, the web leading to automation and ICT technology. Presently, according to the World Economic Forum, we're in the fourth industrial revolution, the main driver being digitization. So this revolution is characterized by the fusion of physical, digital, and biological systems. Industry 4.0 encompasses a broad range of domains, including production processes, efficiency, data management, and consumer relationships. So it's fundamentally about the digital transformation of industries using technological components such as artificial intelligence, big data analysis, smart centers, and robotics. So these technologies enable real-time data collection and analysis, leading to a more efficient and flexible production process. So the integration of these technologies can actually aid in global challenges such as climate change and resource consumption. So from the research literature, in daily life, we interact with multiple facets of health, which have the potential to influence our mental and physical well-being, our environment, and our natural surroundings. So these facets range from a number of socio-economic and environmental factors, among others, to culminate into a depiction of our holistic health and shape our quality of life. Now, workers spend about 1/3 of their waking hours at work. It is also recognized that a person's work and personal life are not separate entities, but instead interrelated and intertwined domains having reciprocal effects on each other. Now, for example, work-related stress combined with stress from everyday life can lead to detrimental physical and emotional outcomes because of the excess demands placed on the human body and mind. So secondly, workers' health and well-being is just as important as other elements of the workplace, which pose risks for workers. So for researchers and HSC managers trying to manage this element in the workplace, this is one model they can use. They suggested that health is delicate yet resilient, and it ebbs and flows in tandem with its surroundings and consistently adjusts to the stresses of our world. So in discussing health, we frame the word under three intersecting categories, right? The natural environment, which is representative of an individual's natural physical surroundings, water, air, and land at the community level, and how these surroundings affect health and well-being where one lives and works. So stresses of the natural environment that will have effects on the individual will be things like air quality, pollution, land use, soil, climate, weather, biological vectors, pathogens, bacteria, the individual health. Well, these are items that fulfill the essential needs to survive, aspirational needs to thrive, and support an individual's development overall. Occupational health, safety, and well-being. So to frame your health and well-being as it relates to the workplace, some stresses here would be like process safety hazards, materials handling, storage, emergency preparedness, fatigue, shift work, psychosocial hazards, hazardous material exposure, physical hazards, and the human-machine interface. So this is my topic for today. So the Venn diagram illustrates how these three layers overlap in a real-world application and creates a foundation to see health from interdependent perspectives from key aspects of one's life at the individual level, the work environment level, and the community level. And by understanding the variations of health, one can amplify and prepare for these facets, resulting in greater attenuation and change management as impacts occur.
So as I mentioned, I'm looking at the human-machine interface. My research objective was to explore the intersection between Industry 4.0 technologies and occupational health and well-being. And why? Well, studies have shown that health and well-being can affect workers and organizations in negative ways. So for instance, one study found that workers experiencing poor health and well-being in the workplace may be less productive and may be more prone to being absent from work. Another study found the individual may also incur numerous physiological, psychological, and emotional costs. And Cooper and Cartwright found low levels of employee health and well-being can impact the financial aspect and profitability of the organization. A study done by Calsec and Tierwell in the US found that that cost may be more than 150 billion a year in the US. Apart from this, occupational health and well-being is closely tied. Wait for that switch times. Right. It's also closely tied to several United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda 2030 goals. So by promoting safe, healthy, and supportive working environments, occupational health can directly contribute to these goals. So here they relate to specific SDGs. SDG 3, good health and well-being. So the most direct connection between occupational health and well-being is with SDG 3, which aims to ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. Right? So SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. So SDG 8 seeks to promote sustained, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment, and decent work for all. And occupational health and safety is essential to achieving decent work conditions. SDG 9, which speaks to industry, innovation, and infrastructure, focuses on building resilient infrastructure, promoting inclusive and sustainable industrialization, and fostering innovation. Sustainable cities and communities, SDG 11, seeks to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Occupational health here plays a role in creating urban environments where workplaces are designed with safety and health in mind. So Industry 4.0 has significant implications for sustainability, and by promoting safe, healthy, and supportive workplaces, companies and government can help accelerate progress towards achieving the broader goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So from my literature review, a study done by Liu, who looked at the technologies and applications of Industry 4.0, he looked at artificial intelligence, physics simulation, human intelligence, machines that are programmed to think and learn like humans, IoT, Internet of Things, a network of physical object devices, vehicles, buildings, other items embedded with sensors, software, and other technologies, robotics, automated machines that can help us perform tasks in place of humans, big data, so large data sets that may be analyzed computationally to reveal patterns, trends, and associations, especially related to human behavior and interactions, right? So, recently used in public health, tracking disease outbreaks, blockchain, decentralized distribution ledger, associated with Bitcoin, autonomous vehicles, so self-driving cars, right? Vehicles, 3D printing, additive manufacturing, you creating a physical object from a digital design. And then go biotechnology, looking at the use of living organisms or their component, genetic modification, and quantum computing, still largely experimental. So these are some of the key technologies shaping the current and future landscape of industry and society, particularly within the context of the fourth, and now we're seeing potentially the fifth industrial revolution. They're saying we're at the cusp of the fifth industrial revolution, right? So how is this important? Well, occupational health and well-being programs ensure that employees can perform at their best, which benefits both individuals and organizations. You've got enhanced performance and productivity, healthy employees more productive, less frequently absent, reduction of health risks. So studies have found that occupational health positively correlates with better mental health, improved job satisfaction, reduced burnout, supportive physical work environment, so well-designed physical work environment, enhances employee well-being within the workplace, broader health promotion. Studies have found that employers increasingly recognize the importance of promoting health beyond traditional occupational health and safety measures, and includes addressing lifestyle factors and providing wellness programs, sustainability and global standards, so the integration of health and wellness into sustainability reporting and global health campaigns. Right. So previous research about technology's impact on worker health and safety. So 4IR technology has also impacted employee health and safety, offering both advancement and challenges. So there are technological advances in monitoring and safety. So let's say, for instance, you use cameras and AI, you can now find things on people in the real world, the same way you can search online, things like person of interest, right? So when a dangerous spill occurs in a chemical plant, cameras recognize the incident and information about the spill is shared with people who need it the most via smartphone application, right? Enabling them to protect other employees from coming into contact with the hazard and clean it up. Now, emerging risks and psychosocial stresses, so the 24-hour work cycle or the always-on culture facilitated by digital technologies has introduced stressors, such as information overload, compelled communications, leading to health issues like burnout, stress-related disorders. I guess one of the challenges would be each industrial revolution has brought new technologies that, while boosting productivity, have introduced new hazards and sometimes reintroduced old hazards in modern forms. So despite the legal reforms, the number of occupational injuries still remain high, highlighting the need for continuous improvement. So here's where I found my research gap, right? There's a need for empirical research to explore the relationship between 4IR technologies and occupational health and well-being. Right? So from my research gap, my first research question was how do different 4IR technologies, such as I chose artificial intelligence and Internet of Things, affect employee occupational health and well-being? And how can interdisciplinary approaches be employed to develop comprehensive strategies and best practices for fostering occupational health and well-being in workplaces undergoing rapid digital transformation due to 4IR technologies? So what I chose, the aspects I chose to look at, ergonomics and psychosocial, because this could have been reported through self-reported measures and a very limited budget, so I could not afford wearables and sensor technology. So ergonomics in the context of IR. Industry 4.0 impacts workplace design. So ergonomics in Industry 4.0 integrates human factors with advanced manufacturing technologies. So the concept of Operator 4.0 emphasizes the importance of the human-machine interface in digitized factories. And research has shown human factors and ergonomics mediate the relationship between 4IR technology implementation and system performance optimization. So ergonomics aims to improve both the system performance and employee well-being. Psychosocial aspects of work 4.0. So some studies suggest that Industry 4.0 technology worsen psychological and social conditions, while others say, well, okay, they can improve worker well-being and worker engagement. So from the academic literature, studies suggest that some impacts may include increased psychological burden, that's a heightened stress and anxiety due to increased cognitive load, complex tasks, fear of job displacement by technology, reduced social interaction. So 4IR technologies often leads to reduced face-to-face social interactions among workers, impacting their social well-being. Need for training and implementation. So workers who receive proper training show better resilience and motivation. So from the literature, 4IR technologies show a significant impact on the ergonomics and psychosocial aspects of work. So I chose these two to investigate further. The methodology I chose was an exploratory mixed methods research design. The methodology uses both a qualitative and quantitative approach. So phase one, I looked at interviews to explore perceptions, experiences, challenges related to 4IR technologies. And then this data was analyzed thematically to create a survey to collect quantitative data on variables related to 4IR technologies and health and wellness metrics. In Trinidad and Tobago, my sample population was in Trinidad and Tobago. The data was then analyzed statistically to assess correlations between 4IR technology adoption and health outcomes. So findings from both phases were then compared to ensure triangulation and facilitate validation of data through cross verification from two or more sources. So some qualitative themes. Now I can go into more detailed analysis, but I'm giving a short summary of the themes. So here were some key insights. So efficiency and task management. So Industry 4.0 technologies enhance productivity by automating mundane tasks and improving task management. You just need careful management between the transition phase to avoid stress, right? So health and wellness. While immediate physical health impacts were not evident, according to the respondents, mental health effects vary by role. So technical experts experiencing reduced stress, but managers potentially facing increased stress. So work-life balance. Automation supports work-life balance, increasing efficiency, but the constant connectivity may make it harder for some employees to disconnect. Job security and development. So there's optimism about job security with the understanding that continuous upskilling is crucial. So organizations should emphasize skill development and provide clear growth pathways. Safety and ergonomics. Well, digital safety systems have improved workplace safety, but there's uncertainty about the impact on ergonomic practices. Organizational support, so initial support measures such as training and well-being programs were in place for some of the respondents. Productivity versus well-being. So balancing productivity with well-being during the transition to new technologies is crucial. Future perspective, well, continued advancements in 4R technologies expected to improve occupational health and wellness, provided strong organizational support and effective communication of benefits. So the interview responses suggest that while Industry 4.0 technologies offer significant potential benefits in terms of efficiency, safety, and job satisfaction, they also pose challenges related to stress, work-life balance, and the need for adequate organizational support. Right, okay. So based on my survey responses, the survey responses highlight a moderate level of integration and familiarity with AI and IoT technologies in the workplace, with these technologies generally perceived as beneficial for productivity and to some extent physical health. However, there are mixed experiences regarding their impact on mental health and work-life balance. Additionally, there's a significant need for improved organizational support to help employees adapt to the new technologies, which could reduce stress, enhance the positive impacts further. So to go into a little more analysis as to what was the impact on physical health. So based on the results, the overall impact of AI and IoT technologies on physical health for the sample population appears to be generally positive, but with some mixed experiences. So the majority of respondents perceive AI and IoT technologies as having a slight to significant positive impact on their physical health. However, a notable portion also reports no impact, suggesting that while these technologies are beneficial for many, they're not universally experienced as such. And the percentage of respondents reporting negative impact is relatively small, but not negligible, indicating that for some individuals, these technologies might introduce or exacerbate physical health issues, likely due to specific workplace conditions or insufficient ergonomic support. Therefore, the overall impact on physical health from AI and IT technologies in this sample population is generally positive, but with some areas of concern that warrant further attention, particularly in terms of ergonomics and safety. Organizations may need to provide more targeted interventions or support to ensure the physical health benefits are fully recognized and any negative impacts are minimized. Right, so the impact on mental health. So the overall impact of AI and IoT technologies on mental health in this sample population appears to be mostly neutral to positive. In terms of stress and anxiety, AI technologies do not significantly contribute to stress or anxiety for the majority of respondents. However, a notable minority experiences some level of stress, which could be attributed to challenges in adapting to AI or pressure from its integration into their work roles. So work-life balance, both AI and IoT technology generally seen as neutral in their impact on work-life balance, with a significant portion of respondents replying slight to significant improvements. So this suggests that these technologies are helping some employees manage their work more effectively, though they're not universally beneficial. Negative impacts. So severe negative impacts on mental health, including significant. I'm sorry. There's a delay.
Let's pause for a minute,
Yeah.
see what's happening here.
Okay.
This keeps happening. It's been happening. It's like the third time. Give it a second. Yes, it shut down. Can we take a minute
Okay.
for it to come back on?
I'm sorry. Snacks will wait a minute. There we go.
The laptop shut down again.
Hmm.
Sorry. Jay. Hi, EJ. The laptop shut down again. They're calling Jeremy. Okay. Yeah. She's next to Darren. She already told them to come. Wait, let's see
Wait.
if it is online. See if we're online. No, we're not online. It's back on, but it's not on the stream. Yeah, that's what happened the last time too.
And we need like, we need like.
I think you're going to see it. Yeah. Because I didn't touch the laptop. Yeah. Maybe they change the sleep setting. Oh,
Or just touching the.
yeah, yeah. I'll do it somehow. Yeah.
That's.
Hello. Hi.
There's a bit.
Okay. Okay. Oh, it's on this one. Hope it's on that one. Okay. All right. Just to conclude, sorry about the technical. And so in conclusion, mental health impacts of AI and IoT technologies are generally positive or neutral for most of the sample population, Trinidad and Tobago, with a minority experiencing negative effects. So organizations should continue to monitor these impacts and provide support where needed to ensure, oh, there we go, to ensure that the mental health benefits of these technologies are maximized while minimizing any adverse effects. Right, so that brings me to my discussion. Right, integrating well-being considerations into Industry 4.0 technologies is essential to ensure that the digital transformation enhances rather than detracts from employee health and safety. So it requires a multifaceted approach that includes ergonomic design, comprehensive training, work-life balance initiatives, and inclusive decision-making. By leveraging both technological and human factors, we can ensure the digital transformation enhances employee health and well-being rather than undermining it. And for policy and practice, what policymakers, businesses, and occupational health professionals need to collaborate, implement strategies to address the health and well-being challenges posed by Industry 4.0 by developing inclusive policies, conducting comprehensive safety audits, and integrating well-being metrics into business practices. So this can ensure the technological advancements lead to positive outcomes for both productivity and employee health. So some potential challenges, promoting occupational health in Industry 4.0 brings several challenges. Digital fatigue, ergonomic risks, data privacy concerns, skill gaps, resistance to change. So effective strategies must also navigate the complexity of integrating new technologies with existing health and safety protocols, and adapt to rapidly evolving regulatory landscapes. Opportunities. So by addressing the challenges, we have an opportunity to create a more supportive, healthy work environment, enhance digital literacy, improve ergonomic practices, secure data privacy, offering flexible work options, and updated regulatory frameworks may be necessary. Right, okay. So the impact of Industry 4.0, sorry, the impact of Industry 4.0 on workplace safety is characterized by the adoption of advanced technologies like IoT, AI, VR, cobots, which are collaborative robots, which are enhancing safety practices and preventive measures. However, these advancements also require robust cybersecurity measures and a shift towards a data-driven safety culture, and these trends continue to evolve. And they offer significant potential for improving workplace safety across various industries. So some future research directions could be looking at the long-term health effects of prolonged technology use, investigating again what could be long-term physical and mental health effects, differential impacts on various demographics, right? Impact of remote work and telecommuting, effectiveness of health interventions, legal and ethical implications, but I see that's being done at UTT already, adaptation strategies for vulnerable workers. So further investigation into these areas may provide a more comprehensive understanding of Industry 4.0's impact on occupational health and well-being. And by exploring these aspects, researchers and practitioners can develop more effective strategies to safeguard workers' health in this evolving digital workplace. So this concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to take questions at this point. Right, okay. Okay.
Are there any questions? If I may be so selfish to go first and ask a question.
Right, Tim?
The information that you collected and you showed all of the different graphs indicating that there's not so much of a negative impact, but I'm interested in the data collection itself. When identifying the sample set, was it a requirement for the participant to have to show or give an indication how much IoT and all of these ports?
Right. So one of the first questions would have been a screening question.
Okay.
Would have been if they use it in their daily work life, and if not, the survey would have completed at that point in time. And only if they pass that question, then it goes on.
Okay, but the degree of them being involved and utilizing all of these things might have given you a kind of bias to one direction or the other direction. So that's why I asked the question. So thank you for answering that.
Right. Okay. So they are in digital you know, more scientific professional sort of activities, a workplace. And that's what I found was interesting. The technical experts find that it is leading to be more productive, greater efficiency. However, the managers of those same technical experts say they are more stressed out. So that was one thing. But I should have asked, like, why they are more stressed out because of that? Because their technical experts are you know, more productive, more efficient. But at that point in time, they don't think to investigate further. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions?
The snacks are calling.
Oh, the snack paper. Okay, well, thank you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Imamshah, for that thought-provoking presentation. As Industry 4.0 continues to transform workplaces, your research emphasizes the importance of prioritizing employee well-being in tandem with technological advancements, addressing emerging health risks and aligning safety practices with the evolving digital workplace will be crucial to securing a sustainable future for workers in this new industrial era. As we've seen throughout these presentations, securing the future requires us to be proactive and forward-thinking in our approaches, whether it is adjusting workplace policies in response to new laws, applying artificial intelligence to improve judicial outcomes, or ensuring that technological advancements do not compromise employee health. Each of these research contributions offers valuable insights into how we can navigate these complex challenges and ensure a future that's both innovative and secure. I'd like to thank our presenters for their excellent contributions today, as well as our audience for your attention and engagement. Let's continue the conversation and work together to ensure a future that benefits all. Thank you all.
I don't know why it's not picking up our signal now.
Push it, yeah.
Wait. Okay.